Bible Productions proudly brings to you the tag team champion of the world, Yo Mama. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hold on. Let's get our warm-up music going. All right. Can we lower that a little bit? All right, cool. Welcome back to another fantastic hangout session with yours truly, DJ Christcrusher. I meant aka JD. I play drums and guitar, various bands. In this little room and in another room next to this one, I do productions here and there and stuff, and I have fun with opportunities that have me to use this stuff that I've invested so much time and money in, and it feeds me creatively, intellectually, financially, whatever. It's fun to have this stuff, and so here we go. We get to use the microphone, the wires, the mixer, compression. I wrote a song. I'm playing it in the background. It's fun. You gotta keep the channels open, because then it's time to write another album, and the well cannot runneth dry. You gotta keep adding to it. So this is fun. I'm glad everybody's here hanging out. Let's see who's here. Hellish Conquest, el pinche philosopher James himself, Norse Nook, Vinny Nip, Danny. Looking at crap. Hey, what's up, dude? I thought you were going to call me. Waiting for a phone call. Oh, and El Mero Mero's on an airplane right now. Check it out. Oh, it's looping. All right. So now this is where we play the... There you go. You always have to fade it out. There we go. Anyways, yeah, man, I picked a bunch of songs this week. Last week I didn't have a show. I plan to do as many Fridays as possible, but I also have like things going on, and we got to balance and manage our time as best as we can, and still find time to goof around and have silly goose times and listen to jams and jam out all badass. So that's what we're here for, folks. We're here to jam out all badass. And boy, do I have a badass set list for you. It's a little clunky, but I'm going to post up the playlist visually here and play it from my portable device, because that can run it into this audio setup I have here. And I noticed it sounds a lot better than just playing it from within the software and the apps and stuff. Without getting too nerdy, there's like conversions and weird volume leveling and stuff, and I like the somewhat dangerous manual manipulation of these mixes. Like every time I play stuff through here, I can also add a little treble if it sounds kind of light and dark, or if it happens to be a real low volume recording, I'll crank it up and make it sound a little more mamalonskis. Look, there's our drummer. Well, yo, 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 yo. Oh, so we were supposed to, in the description, it talks about how we're going to have a rehearsal, Hexella rehearsal, and then when I'm done with the rehearsal, I was going to jump on and get to the yapping. While it was just going to be more like a camera. I wasn't going to play the audio or anything. It's just to see some movement on the bottom corner and the little picture-in-picture screen when it's on the bottom. And I was just going to have the music videos playing and the audio from the videos and whatever. And then when I was done, I was going to jump on. But life is life, and we're all adults here. We got jobs. We got things we got to take care of. So practice got moved to later in the week. So I was like, all right, cool. Well, then I'll just add more songs to the playlist, because it was going to be a lot shorter since it was just going to be a half of it. But no, now we're going to relax, I guess, and just kick back and jam out. Look, Bob Kelly's in the house. Zach, the usual suspects are homies. That's cool, man. I'm glad you guys have fun doing this stuff, Fucking Andy Jones. It's just crazy, man. This setting is what was the vehicle for myself and Andy to become buds, to become friends, and he and Andy got to jam on stage together, and I can count on my hand how many people I've like played music with. I've come acquainted with many people in this world, but I haven't jammed on stage with all those people I know, and Andy's one of the few people, and that was a lot of fun. Appreciate you being a trooper. Is it T-Bone's in the house? What's up, dude? Minnesota. Chingao, looking fit. I am getting healthier. I'm not getting too fitter. I still got my, I got a little bit of kush. Got a little kush right here. But that's okay, because, I'm working on functional strength. I just want to get out of a chair, like, not be like, ugh. And, I'm almost 50, right? So getting up, I notice when I don't go to the gym how I feel sluggish, but if I get back in my rhythms, then I feel like I can carry myself better, and that's like really important to me. Playing drums, shit, man, you don't want to tire out, so you know all about it. What else is happening here? Zach. Hexella at Dead by Dog Homies. That's right. It hit the news. Oh, you know what? Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. This thing's all wonky. Here we go. Breaking news. Hexella is playing Dead by Dog Volume 2 this year, 2026, August 1st. Yep, that's right, folks. Super stoked. So Asheron made this public announcement. I want to say in April, late April. I think maybe it was this month. I think it was. I think it was at least April. And it's real cryptic. They're just like, hey, it's very serious, uncontrollable, unforeseen circumstances, and we have like absolutely non-negotiable. We need to not play anything and focus on these matters and blah 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 blah. Good shit happens, and you got to take care of that. I mean, playing, what the fuck, man? We're just playing. We're not saving lives. Just fucking playing a gig. Take care of something. What you got to take care of, The gigs will be there, and so that's unfortunate because that is now the second. Let me tell you a little backstory. That's the second time that I have been booked to play a FAR show and play with Asheron. And both times they canceled, and it was like catastrophic shit. And to be more specific, the first time they ended up quitting. It was a gig. We were going to go to Florida when I was in Severance. We were going to play a show with them over there. And everything fell apart. It wasn't their fault on that one. I mean, it's nothing. They didn't do anything wrong. But the fest promoter ended up getting like thrown in jail or something, and the whole thing fell apart like kind of last minute. The local bands ended up playing just because they were already local and whatever. But like all the bands that were supposed to travel, and he was like, dude, all the deals, the contracts you guys had, I'm sorry. The other guy who took over, he had to tell everybody. Those deals are null and void. I'm sorry. If you promised you any money, we're barely going to be able to have the show at all, kind of a scenario. So if you still want to play, it's all on your dime. And most of the bands, of course, logically, they're like, nah, So it just basically got turned into just a normal local show, which is cool, right? Anyways, it was supposed to be this big old festival thing. And the show gets canceled because the promoter gets in trouble. And then they disband. And then the irony is, now they just returned. This is supposed to be one of the first shows that they're playing as we're coming back. We're going to go ahead and we're going to write new music and blah, blah, this big comeback, right? And that show gets canceled. I'm like, damn it, dude. That was my second chance. That is really ironic how that happened. 2 times, man. 2 times. Look at that. Isn't this nice? Already got the ETDX Penthouse book. Moving on up. Hold on. That deserves this. we moving on up to the east side. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, man. I'm super stoked. I'm super excited. I'm super lucky. I'm super grateful. Just get to have these good times, man. I mean, who knows how many more of these years we're going to have left, right? So I'm just surprised that my fucking horrible vessel of a body's like hanging in there and just letting me do the damn thing and see how much longer my cuerpo can withstand los golpes de la vida. You know what I mean? So anyways, so what's happening? Let's start off our set. I'm gonna do them in groups. We'll go like in 20-minute blocks or so, and then we'll come back and goof around a little bit. Yeah, and at some point we'll do a request assist, but not right now. Right now, like I got a bunch of stuff lined up for you, and if you stick around to the end of the show, I'm trying to do a little fundraising myself. Got some projects in mind and stuff, just fun stuff, and I got some metal shirts that are like I've never worn, or they're just like always hung up. Like, you know, I've got like 3 levels of metal shirts. Maybe you guys are like me in this case, but I've got like metal shirts that are just like, man, I'll use them to wash the dog, or, you know, get dirty, mow the yard. You know, I'll wear some metal shirts for me fall in that category that I'll mow the yard in them. And then there's other ones that are like, oh, you know what? I'll wear this one at a show. So this is the little bit nicer ones. And then level 3 is like, oh, no. These are my like little treasures. Never wear them, always folded up or always hung up, you know, or rarely worn. Either they're super good quality or they're just commemorative of something super epic, whatever, right? I don't know if you guys have, if you guys catch my drift with that. But yeah, I've got 3 levels of metal shirts and shit like that. Anyways, I digress. What am I getting at? I have let's see. Yeah, we'll do requests later. And then finally, and we're going to debut on this show a new demo from our friend Cultus Mortem. So we're going to get his demo on here, and we'll talk about it, and we'll jam it out. And I've had the chance to listen to it today. And yeah, we'll get into that later. I don't want to get too talky. So let's go ahead and start jamming out. Like I said, 20-minute block. And let me bring it up to the screen. Bada bing, bada bing. Let's fucking make noise. Okay, so I gotta play it from this device over here.
What's I did? Hurt your found too bad. That's what's I did. Now you're digging out old dad. Death tolls now reaching 30. Your family future is really hurting. Much like death, no, we don't know why. Mother Nature's making you cry. Hurt the water knocking at the door. Saw dad wash down the hall. Our grandma got a little water when all she's doing was clean out the gutter. 70s catamaran. Everything was so grim. 70s catamaran. You wanna survive, gonna have to swim. 70s catamaran. Everything is real grim. 70s catamaran. You wanna survive, gonna have to swim. digging out old time. Death tolls now reaching 30. Your family future is really hurting. Outside death, no, I don't know why. Mother Nature's begging you to clear the water, knocking at the door. It's all data washed down the hall. Malcolm Rob's got a little water when all she's doing is clean out the gutter. Standing Marin. Everything looks real grim. Standing Marin. You wanna survive, you're gonna have to swim. Standing Marin. Everything looks so grim. Standing Marin. You wanna survive, you're gonna have to swim. Homicide death, married your family too bad. Still homicide death, now you're digging out old time.
You know, that vocal where it's like kind of like it's like pushing, like grunting and like but singing at the same time. Even the singer from Malevolent Creation did that on that Ten Commandments album. Sounded just as cool as this. I don't understand why they stopped doing that. They should have kept doing that, but whatever. That's just right.
Pushing down the multitudes, the depths never said. Mist the bomb, a moon and sky, leads to oblivion. Wretched captains, force the way, on those who will not fight. Bloodstained visions, rules the minds, the fire's burning bright. Try to get loose and I try to break. I just can't climb any higher. Closing in for the kill. Scary fire! Scary fire! Scary fire! Ah! I just can't climb any higher. Closing in for
That's a fucking woo. There we go.
We offer love when all around us we see hate. We ask for truth, yet receive only lies. We gather hope whilst you lay content in your despair. We build strength in order to replace your weakness. We offer peace, yet in your darkness you make war. We seek new life, but you and your culture create death. We cry out to destroy the silence. We scream so loud, yet hear no echo.
Yeah, just a heads up, FOAD, who's we're working with, ETD's working with to do the split with Sinus Syndrome. They're doing, or they just released this really cool reissue and collection of all their works, like one of those big box sets that has everything the band's ever done. FOAD just made that and released it for Sword Throat, and it's a big old book with a bunch of pictures and a lot of reading. Yeah, it's a really nice new release. Check it out on FOAD Records. Or don't.
came out in favor of the airstrike by the U.S. Against the missiles in Cuba. He was then asked, what would the Soviets do in response? Oh, he said, I know the Soviets pretty well. I believe they would feel obligated to respond by knocking out U.S. missiles in Turkey. Well, someone said, what would we do in response to that? Oh, he said, under the NATO treaty, we'd be obligated to respond by attacking Soviet missiles inside the Soviet Union. Well, then what would they do, he was asked. Well, he said, by then we hoped that cooler heads would prevail and we'd all sit down and talk. I can assure you it was not too cool in our meeting room at that time.
bass tone. Oi, cover tune.
16 quid for a hooded sweat top. Napalm dead. Fuck off!
That's a ripper.
What a fucking bargain! We will take off all our clothes and dirty rabbit poo, 'cause we're on the dole. I've got a silver ka-ching. I've got a silver ka-ching. I've got a silver ka-ching.
Like the wildest.
A silver ka-ching.
Wildest Pink Floyd cover. And the fade out. Okay, cool. I'll assist it in the fade out. Anyways, pretty cool little block there of insanity. Of course, it was only 3 bands, 2 little quick short bangers, and then this whole fucking EP. But that was on purpose. You know, it's like you're not gonna remember everything we heard tonight. So why don't I give some shit a chance to stick out in your memory? Because those are the ones we played a little longer. Yeah, whatever. You're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. So fuck it. Let's just do it this way, man. Some of them are going to be like this. Some of them are just like 7-minute songs, like no manches. And then, of course, we have our sacred half-hour and full hour nightmares. Fever dreams. Audio fever dreams. You guys know what I'm talking about. Anyways, yeah, episode 3, guys. I think this was the first episode so far that I think right when I started, the audio was actually working. Unless this whole time the show's been mute and you guys are just laughing your asses off and it's been mute this whole time. Y'all are just talking to each other. You see the pictures. Yeah, cool. You're just commenting on the pictures. that'd be a cruel prank, you all. It's like an engineer's nightmare. Evan threw out this question. All right, survey time. Which one? Under the sign. Oh, hold on. Under the sign of the black mark, or blood, fire, death. Two fantastic fucking albums. Fantastic. You know, you're a jerk for asking that question. How dare you? But that's like saying, which one of your children is your favorite? I tell you what, none of them. No respect. I'll tell you what, none of them. Yeah. It's like a Rodney Dangerfield joke. Shit, if I had to choose, it just depends on perspective. This is my official answer. It's all in perspective, right? Because if you want to talk about historically, and this is again my opinion, if you want to talk Mom says I'm her favorite. She told you that, but she's telling all your brothers and sisters that. That's like the lady who gives the cookies in the Matrix. What does she tell you? And the guy goes, whatever you needed to hear. That she's serving you all cookies. What was I going to say? It depends on perspective, right? So if you're talking like long story, like, okay, what's my preferred choice over the grand picture? I would say Under the Sign of the Black Mark. Under the Sign of the Black Mark introduced a controlled chaos audibly, and riff-wise, it was, I could say, it was already a transitional sounding album, because it was coming from like the first stuff, and even the Massacre Split stuff, all that stuff. Not totally different, but yeah, like pretty different, like percussion and riffing and all that stuff, right? But the ambiance got turned up, the speed got turned up, and then Blood, Fire, Death arrived, and I feel like the summation of the know-hows and the comfort riffs all kind of came together for Blood, Fire, Death. So maybe, in a rough argument, maybe Blood, Fire, Death is a better album technically, but I mean, Under the Sign is important. But I mean, even then, why ask those two? Why not the first one and Under the Sign? Or The Return. Fuck, I mean, how important is The Return versus Under the Sign? The Return is even more fucked up. The Return, it's neat. It's a smooth gradient transition, right? The Return to Under the Sign was a lot less fucking eclectic, or not eclectic, abrasive, and it was starting to kind of refine its ambiance. And then Blood, Fire, Death refined the technical riffing with the developed ambiance. So you can see how those albums pass into each other. I guess it just depends on your mood, bro, because they're all kind of important. But big picture, like, which album fucking inspired most bands, or which one do people cover? What albums do people cover their songs most often, etc. Et cetera. Sorry, not et cetera. That's backwards. It's not ek, it's et cetera. Right? It's a doggy dog world, as some would say. Then I would say Under the Black Mark would be the more important album. Okay, that's my 2 cents. Okay. So next we're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about seven shorties. Longest ones are 3 minutes, and then they go to 2 minutes. I forgot there's one 4-minute song. It's a thrasher, and the rest of them are a minute, couple minutes. All right, so we're gonna start off this next one with a little je ne sais quoi. I don't know why it's such a fucking tongue twister for me to say. Shameless self-promotion. We're going to hang out with your boys. The audio is going to be off from the video because I'm just using the video as visuals. But the audio, like I said, I'm doing it from this other external source. So it sounds better. It sounds louder. It sounds more mamalone. So, all right, enough jabberdizing. Let's get ETD on the stage. We'll be speaking of going on stage. You know, we're playing. Oh, here. Yeah, actually, matter of fact, it's a good time for some breaking news. So it is now reported that Obscene Extreme is going to have ETD playing in Europe. But that's not the breaking news. The breaking news is you already knew, right? We don't fucking stop telling you, but, you know, you're welcome anyways. Yeah, ETD going over there. So anyways, let's start with some ETD jams. Here we go. Hold on. Oh, I forgot I faded it out. Boo! Here we go. Good times with friends. All right. personal favorite for me right here, man. This whole album rips. Cogumelo released it, and Grey Haze in America distros it, and you can find it everywhere now, but strongly recommend you get this. Watch this part right here. Well-written song.
There's nowhere for you to run when the city soul dies from death. Creatures that can't stop it. Ripping you, limb to limb. Secret capability crimes. Dead bodies losing energy. Kill everyone to the floor. This way they'll be reborn.
Hell yeah.
With blood, break you with your fucking fist. Gonna take a fucking life, but soon they'll be back.
Mario Sanifuji, name of the drummer. You guys are Brazilian. For those who don't know, they're a Brazilian band.
When the death returns to kill.
I'll get flagged if they hear that. They'll be like, "Oh, that's from a movie, and a very famous movie." And I almost didn't catch that. sound so good. I'm gonna use this as a reference for the next recording I do.
The enemy has no power over
because they're for movies. Too many producers involved with movies. Everybody's gonna want to cut. All right. What happened? Oh. It's not the best nausea, but it's still good for a different kind of music. Well, whatever. Oi. That's drumming, dude. Drummer rips, dude. Turnaround right there, right? All right. All right. Pretty cool, huh? I mean, all right. That was a good block. Yeah, I got crusty in here. It's because, I have this thing that I guess call it a realization or something. I kind of come to understand. It's my understanding of the matter that I think I keep saying it's like the hardcore bands, the punk bands, those drummers, those bands that kind of crossed over into extreme metal music, or extreme music like extreme punk or extreme metal, those drummers from the punk side joining the death metal bands and the black metal bands and stuff is what got those bands to be faster. You know, there's stories of, like in Scandinavia, where a lot of these death metal bands that were around, you know, and you've heard a lot of them, you know, bands like Cadaver, and there's one I'm going to play which is super obscure, Incursion, Incision, all these old like Norwegian and Scandinavian death metal bands from like 87, 89. Those then like changed drastically when a new drummer came in who happened to be their contemporaries but in a different scene, right? Like a lot of these hardcore drummers, and boom, you started getting bands that were blasting and like satanic music that was blasting versus the hardcore music that was already doing blast beats. I think that's interesting. That shit always blows my mind. So I have a huge appreciation for crust and punk and fastcore, and it just that music gets me super pumped. It feels really good listening to it, and it's super fun playing it. And it doesn't have to be the most fucking wankish. It's just good riffs, good heavy energy. So we had Capitalist, Casualties. We had the other Nausea. I'm sure Francisco would agree, right? But still, some Disrupt, classic Disrupt. Atomica, we played Atomica earlier. Band I grew up with, straight up from middle school. I had this tape that was a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy, and it was so raw and so rusted. My copy of a copy of this cassette that whenever a cymbal would hit, it would distort. So like those accents were, they'd get extra crunchy. And I just thought that's how the mix was until one day I got a copy of the CD, and yeah, it sounded super clear. I was like, is this a remix? No, it's the actual mix. I just had the copy of the copy. That's the same thing for when I first heard Burzum. Hello, Chris. What's up, dude? The first time I heard Burzum, it was a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy of Detsammengang. I don't know how to pronounce it properly, but you get the point. And it had that swooshing sound that some cassettes get. That whole thing, right? I guess that would be some kind of guitar effect, like a flanger or something, you know. Anyways, but it does it to the music, and it sounds very disorienting, but it was the sweet amount, or it was just this casual layer over the entire tape, like almost the entire tape. And I don't know why I was like, wow, that's really grim. This guy really wants it to look grim as fuck. Well, yeah, partly so, right? I come to learn, what? He went to a big studio to record that stuff? What the hell? I was like, they really crunched up that tape and then mastered it. But no, it's because my cassette was a copy of a copy of a copy. So then I get the CD from Semmelfane, which I still have it. I have like those first late 90s pressings. Yeah. From Semmelfane and Misanthropy or Misanthropic Records. I can't remember. I got to go double check. But yeah, it didn't have that swishing sound. I was like, what the hell, man? Is this a remix? Is this the CD remix remaster? It's like, no, dummy, that's the original mix. Your tape was that jacked, and that was my only experience with those albums. And so, anyways, that was a cool, weird reaction. Anyway, so okay, let's. And then of course we had Piss Christ and Sadex. We played Octagon, which is if you guys saw episode 2, I had Aaron on from Go Throne Records, and it was, I think, the very first release on his label, which was 2017, I think it was 2018, 2017, I believe. Anyways, and that was the singer Pest from Gorgoroth, the early Gorgoroth stuff. That same singer with a bunch of dudes from over here, and they released that thing, which is pretty cool, man, for Aaron's first physical release, you know, working with a band and all that good stuff. To have an artist with somewhat recognition and attention, so that must have been really good, for a good stepping stone for somebody getting into that, is to release something that is not 100,000% obscure. It has a little bit of acknowledgement from people to gain enough attention to at least want to check it out and see if they like it. That whole thing. So that was good. That was cool. And apparently, the rest is history with that. So, anyways, okay. And then we had some ETD jamming covers with Sal Splatteria, and Matt Hefner was in the room also, fucking jamming out. That was a fun memory. That was one of our earliest rehearsals ever. I think Fraser was there too. Okay. So let's go into the next block. We have a couple more blocks or so, about 2 or 3. Who knows? I got quite a few. This next block's going to start out with some more late 80s thrash. Something about late 80s thrash is interesting. I feel like a lot of musical styles, they first appear, then they go through a refinement era, and then they go to an experimental era, right? There's kind of always 3 eras for certain music styles, and I think the late 80s into the early 90s, especially the late 80s, is when thrash got more technical, like riff, like instrument-wise. Speeds got a little bit faster for some of these bands. The drummers got better on the second albums. So a lot of the bands that came out in 84, 85, maybe their second album was 87, 89. And those albums were like a lot faster, a lot heavier. It's weird how it just kind of all happens like that. And those bands stand out for me. I tend to accidentally gravitate towards a lot of those death metal albums and thrash and death thrash albums. Those are some of my favorites. So let's go ahead and get into the next block, and we'll see you on the other side.
Killing pains of the street.
grew up with this one too, man. I had this album on cassette a long time ago.
Sembarado ya,
Personal favorite of mine right here. This hammer from Spain. They fucking rip. No one that showed this band to me. Really, really good band. That's fucking heavy. Damn it. Antimo's voice is incredible. Yeah, I scored it too. Yeah, that was a good block. That was a good block, folks. And we got another 1, 2, 3, 4. Got plenty. Yeah. So how you guys feeling tonight, huh? Everybody good? Everybody doing all right? I'm glad we're here again. Just enjoying the noise. I think this is a good spot to interrupt my planned... Oh, well, hold on a second. I think, first of all, this deserves another breaking news. So, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are going to do a little pivot, and we're going to do a quick little review here. So some of you are following along with what's going on and whatnot. And you know what? Let me do something here. So I'll do this. Hold on. Okay. We'll do this. Let me open up another tab here. We are going to jam out to... Is this... Hold on. I don't want to spoil... Is this a YouTube? Yeah, it's YouTube. Okay, so let me... add this. Yeah, so I think I can go to... Hold on, I'm going to go to this playlist. Let me just queue it up and then I'll give you the spiel, folks. Playlists. And there we have it. Okay, cool. Let me put that on full screen. Okay, cool. We'll share. Okay. All right. I got it set up now. So, Cultus Infernum is releasing a demo. For those of you who know, that's Joe's band from the infamous Ruby and Joe from the Dead Steel Leather company. And Joe's been in a lot of bands. He's a veteran. He's been doing this for a long time. He's a lifer. He's a lifer is the term that we use. And what was I going to say? He was kind enough to share the demo with me. It's on YouTube. I believe it's a public post already, so it's got a few views already. It's a 3-song demo. So I want to play it, and then I want to give you all my honest interpretation of this art, right? This EP, this demo. Because that's the thing, right? Like, fuck opinions. Like, what does it matter what I think of this release or not, you know? If you like it, you like it. That's all that fucking matters, you know? And you're going to like it for this reason versus that reason. It's not public yet. Okay, well, it's not public as in... well, okay, we'll do one song then. I told him I wanted to do this. If you don't want me to do this, I won't, but I think he said it was cool. So I'll play one song. How about that? We'll just do one song. I don't want to spill all the beans. Yeah, that's a better idea. Let's listen to one of these tracks. Ruby, if Joe's in the room with you, ask him which of the 3 tracks he wouldn't mind if I played. You can do all of them. No, but you know what? It makes sense. Like, let me just pick one, and then that way we'll pique people's interest, and they can score it through the available means. But I can do all of them. It's not public yet, so 666. I don't want to burst the bubble. If you have a plan for 666, well, let's leave it 666 if you want. But which song? Ask Joe which song he and play it. All right, well then fuck it. Then I'll pick a song. You can play one or all. Doesn't matter. Pues ya está. Pues then I'm gonna play them all like I planned. Because it's like I said before, I mean what I say. You know, it's like it's hard to surmise. Never mind a band, but like a specific release with just one song. You know, because generally when you're putting music together and writing riffs, you don't want to write the same riff for 15 minutes or 20. I mean, you kind of end up doing that, but. The point is that you want to have little moments, and sometimes those moments appear on different songs. And when you get a chance to taste them all, you appreciate the band more or whatever. You like instead of just cutting yourself short with just one track. So, personally, I will tell you up front before we get a chance to sit along to these is I do like that the 3 songs have like a hook riff. The 3 songs will have something that's going to stand out and stick to you. So. Let's go ahead and put the cover art up on the screen like this without the audio. I have to reset my visuals here. There we go. So there is the cover art, which is super badass. A necro metal punk, Mad Max style with a spiked flail. Annihilating a poser. Look at that poser down there. He's getting his ass whooped. That's going to leave a mark. You're not getting out of this one alive. So let's go ahead and share this jam. Here we go. Already starting off badass. I'm adding a little bit of EQ so it sounds a little bit brighter. Oh yeah, Diablo Macabre, yeah, he did the art. Totally can tell. That's his style. Hell yeah. That's the cover art artist. articulation. That's what they call that. That's what the kids call articulated riffs. The chorus on this one is ripping, dude. You'll see what I mean. It's a good one right here. Well written lyrics. Okay, let's come back to the screen. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, so let me fix this here, so that way as soon as we're done with this little interpretation here, I will already be queued up on this side of life. We left off. So the last block we did Casalumbra, which a bunch of you guys. Oh, hold on, for my manners. Yay! First off, that was cool. That was really good. I'm sure you guys enjoyed that demo. Before that, we played Casalumbra. We played Orca from Machetazo. Dishammer. Noelia showed me that band. One of my favorite D-beat bands. I love them. Sometimes it's just the timing. There's better bands, of course. There's all great epic bands. I love this Hammer stuff. Kicks ass. Demon Sea before that, and then some of that late 80s or early 90s, late Hades, some Exhumer and some Stygian, some 80s and early 90s thrash. So, anyways, that was cool. Thank you, Joe, for allowing us to take a little sample listen to that, and they will be available at the Metal Market on the 6th of June. The 6th of June. The flyers are on Instagram. They're on Facebook. I should have downloaded the picture, but I'm not going to stress out with that. I'm juggling a lot of plates. I should have had it ahead of time. But I did have the music ready. Anyways, what do I think? I can see music always from two perspectives. Me being a music lover and music obsessed person who just likes music, and then the technical side, because I happen to get a kick out of all the technical production stuff, right? That stimulates me, dude. I really, really get stoked by all that gear shit and nerd shit and whatever. And that's not to say that, then what I think is cool is high end and gears and toys make good sound. I'm not even saying that, dude. I love when a band says, we just use 2 microphones, fuck you, and it sounds like this, and it's like, fuck yeah, don't fix it, that's perfect, It's not about that. It's just about knowing those details and understanding the techniques and knowing how to do it. You can replicate that kind of stuff. So when you get ideas, you can visualize how it's going to sound at the very end while you're just writing a riff, So I can tell Joe has a good understanding of, like, a vision of where it's going to be way later in the process. From holding a guitar. Okay, right now this is my technical analysis. Put my technical hat on, right? From like sitting in front of your amp and just riffing, right in front of it, that organic, real experience, right? And you got you're setting your tones, your distortion level, your EQ, blah 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 blah, your solo settings and your effects, etc. etc. You have this perception of, okay, this is my guitar sound. Then you put a fucking microphone in front of it, and all that changes. All that goes out the window. It sounds super fucking different. You hear it on the speakers. So the microphone is doing something. The speakers are doing something else. But it gets chewed up by this thing, and then it gets chewed up by the speakers. And then next thing you know, your room that you're listening to it in, sometimes rooms kind of have like this like boxy, nasty sound, and some sound real open and big, and some are real dead and quiet, and some are super noisy and reverby and shit. All that gets in the way of you just trying to like set the tone. A lot happens in something as simple as just recording a damn guitar tone. And you can tell when I hear it, and I'll say, let's just call it like demos, right? You can hear demos, and you can tell, like, you end up finding out that one of the musicians in the band is the one who produced it, which is normally the case, right? You can kind of tell the difference between that versus somebody whose sole focus is just the riff, and they put that on somebody else to capture them. And in the demo level of capturing, when you deal with people who don't know your vision, who don't understand what you're picturing in your mind, if it's like a real brutal low distortion like Casa Lumbra we were listening to, that's the HM2 pedal, that heavy metal pedal that all the Swedish death metal bands use, supposedly at one point. It's real splatty. Instead of like tight and fuzzy, it's more splatty, and a lot of bass frequencies push through the speaker. So it's this like fat guitar tone. Couple that with a slow tempo and low tuned toms, and you get this huge sound, this different sound. if you're sitting in your room and you're already thinking about that ahead of time, and then it turns out that you're the one producing it, you're the one recording it, it's super interesting to me to see it all come together at the end and be like, oh, okay, yeah. Oh, like when the drummer is the guy who's recording, and then the drums are all super loud because it's the drummer who produced. He's probably deaf from playing drums his whole life, and then he's like mixing a band. Yeah, that or the singers. What's up, Aaron? Aaron's in the house. Gothon, he was on episode 2. Woohoo! Go to Gothon Records again if you haven't yet. .com. Anyways, what was I getting at? Yeah, so I hear he recorded, Joe recorded the guitars and all that stuff, and you can hear a really good tone that is focused on the old school. Kind of like what I've been kind of coming from in the other blocks earlier is this like rock and roll, power metal, heavy metal, but like filthy and like aggressive, not pretty, no hairspray, dude, no fucking hairspray. There was like two lanes of thrash back in the day. There were the singers and those singers, the rough singers and the opera singers. This is the rough singers, the more extreme thrash, if you would. It's in that category. So the vocals sets the tone for that thrash. Again, like I said, thrash is kind of generic. It's how you thrash it up. The vocals, they sound brutal, right? The riffs, the part I hate is this fool can have catchy riffs that stay in your brain for days. Okay, so I'll get into that one, right? But like, I was singing Forces of Hell in the shower this morning. Yeah, yes. There you go, dude. That's what I'm saying. And then like the way he produced the mix, it does have the spirit, the old school, the old power, old school powerful, the old school power, the old school spirit. It's there. And the only way you can do that these days is not by circumstance, because by circumstance, the gear that we have for recording shit does not sound like what we just heard. It sounds normally more sterile, super clean and crispy. Not better quality, just this tone, this timbre that's real hard edged. And if your ear and your vision is this more like analog sounding, you don't have to use analog gear per se. You just have to have that in your head so that you can taper the tones to give you that ambiance, that feel. So that's good. It's congruent, coherent with the riff. So when you have the riff and you have the proper presentation of the riff, the right kind of tone, it all comes together. Like Demon Sea, right? We heard Demon Sea earlier. Demon Sea has really evil riffs with a shitload of reverb. So yeah, you would still feel. I played them all, Aaron. I played the three songs. So I was gonna play all three, and then I was like, oh shit, I didn't realize there's like an official release, but I guess that's the physical release is 666. I was like, okay, which one do you want me to do? And they said, fuck it, just do them all. So I did them all with permission. All right, don't sue me, don't Zuckerberg me, guys. What's I getting at? The tones, right? Yeah, when you get the tones together with the riff, you get the proper presentation, and overall, that's a plus for me. It's not too disjointed. You can tell someone who's OG is in that music. It's not like a new 16-year-old kid, which is you hear it too, but you can really tell. It's like, number this guy, este jale sí es true, as we would just surmise all that. Sí pasa la estampilla. Ese jale es true. Anyways, so and the bass guitar, personally speaking, again, this is the technical. I haven't even talked about riffs yet, just technical. The bass guitar, I think it sounds cool, but I would say, because I hear the bass tone, like I can imagine when you're listening to the bass with no instruments, you're soloing the channel, it sounds like really good. It does have a good texture. I can hear it. There's a moment, I forget, I think it's on track 2. I think it was on Headbanger. There's like a bass lick. If it wasn't on Headbanger, it was the last track, Forces of Hell. There's like a bass lick that kind of does its own thing, and then the music kicks in again. Oh, it's during the solos. Yeah, it's during the solos of Headbanger. I'm listening to the bass, and I can it reveals itself more because the guitars and the vocals gave it some space, so you can hear the sound of the metallic sound of the strings and shit, a little more growl, not just the rumble that's on like the extreme side of the frequencies, right? So that's a secret weapon when you're mixing metal music. The bass guitar makes your electric guitar extra like textured and heavy, and the mid frequencies and the treble frequencies will blend in with your distortion, and it'll add like a punch or a snap to the chugging. It's like guitar is so heavy, it's so thick. But then if you're lucky and you have a bass player who's playing, obviously like with the band, kind of somewhat clean, it adds that punch to your chugging, and it just makes the riffs kind of like more articulate. That being said, there's a balance between articulation of the notes and moving of air. Bass guitar to me is way harder to mix. It's way harder to mix than guitar because you can make or break a mix with the bass guitar. Bass guitar is like super important. Look at that. We need some abruptum. That's coming. Wait, calmate. Ahí te voy. And like bass, so like abruptum can do so much or has done so much with a bass guitar. Speaking of like productions, I mean, I know it's crazy, it's noise, but you can intentionally do certain things even with a noise mix to yield a certain timbre, right? So ultimately, it doesn't really matter. Like there should be no true advice to tell someone, hey, your tone, it's not right, blah, blah, blah. Because again, like it's not fair. Right, picks and fingers too. That sounds totally different as well, I used to say I hate picks. I never want to hear picks either until I learned Blackie from Voivod is like all pick, and he picks really fucking hard, and so it gives you a different tone. And same thing with Motorhead. Lemmy played with a pick, and he played really hard also. So I was like, okay, now I appreciate pick, but it's got to be a certain way. Otherwise, yeah, fingers legit, right? So what I was gonna say is, it's not fair to judge a tone of an instrument if you're hearing it kind of in the context of all the mix, because again, if you solo out certain instruments, if you happen to be in a console and you're producing the album, if you mute the other instruments and you just solo the one that you're thinking about, the one you're criticizing, chances are it's going to sound totally different. You can be like, whoa, why doesn't it sound like that when the music's going? And the reason is because of like the second step in mixing. You got tones, but then regardless of what your instrument sounds like, you have to mix them together. You have to like set this balance of the volumes, just the volumes alone. Drums, bass, guitar, vocals. And like you'll set a priority pyramid, if you would, to what should be most upfront, loudest, and then stacks beneath that. That's not to say the thing beneath is not important. It's not priority for articulation, right? So a lot of times you want to hear the voice really well. Majority of the time the voice is really loud. And that's what you got here. But I'm going to get to the one thing that I feel production wise that could have been like a little different is all these different things I'm going to mention, I think would have been affected differently with this one commonly shared technique, right? So it's like, what I'm going to say is this: vocals, guitar, or sometimes vocals, drums. There's a lot of albums out there where if you listen and you just like, okay, what's loudest and then what's quietest, and you try to put them in a certain order. Normally the vocals and the drums are going to be the loudest, unless it's a guitar player mixing the music. When it's a guitar player mixing the music, it's a lot of times, this is a generalization, the guitar and the vocals will be the loudest. What color are the walls painted in your room? So this mix coincidentally was produced by a guitarist, and the vocals are super loud and the guitars are next. and the drums are a little quieter. Now, there's 100 ways to record everything, right? You can never be perfect. You just gotta like whatever you capture, you work with it and you make the best out of it. So a lot of times all these like balancing acts, never mind the tone, just like the balance of volume, like what you're perceiving. The technique that is but most practiced to address that is when you're mixing, when you're balancing now just the volumes, never mind the tone again, just the volumes. Lower, what kind of watch am I wearing? It's an Iron Man, bro, Timex, because I don't need a $35 watch is all you need. It's got it's got everything on it. It just doesn't have YouTube. I don't need that shit here. You lower the volume of your if you're on headphones or you're on speakers, whatever you're at, lower the volume of the playback. Start with the thing that is most important to you, right? Start with the drums, let's just say, or start with the vocals. If you want the vocals to be easily perceived, not necessarily like, holy crap, it's loud, but like easily heard. You don't have to stress like, what was that word? Or they kind of dipped in volume. When your intent is like, let's say, yeah, I want the vocals to be as clear, and then I want everything to support it, balanced. Okay. Lower your volume on your headphones or your speakers. Super quiet. Where if you're talking at your normal talking volume, you're talking louder than the music. Where'd you get that shirt? Bro, I got it straight from hell. Oy. Lower the volume to where you almost have to talk to yourself like this. Like you have to be real quiet, like whisper or talk real low, and play the music back with what you feel is priority, and you're listening, right? Everything else is muted. Just that one thing, right? And you listen, and then and that real quiet volume. Do you hear mostly the S's and the t's and the T's and the t's? Does it sound very, very? They call it sibilants. Does it have a lot of sibilants? Lower your treble at that quiet volume just a little bit, and then all of a sudden, your volume's gonna get lower. Your volume is gonna go down, but that's not what's really happening. So, like, what's really happening is your signal is a complex shape of tones and sizzly. Look, watch. See, I lowered the treble and now I turned it up. That frequency, that real bright frequency, is physically, in physics, is a faster frequency. So you're gonna perceive it instantly. It's gonna get to your ear and then to your brain faster than the other spectrum, the real low. And you can see it represented on maps and charts and shit by those little waves, right? Sound waves. So, like, I'm gonna take a tequila shot before I put you to sleep. Oh, I don't know. Before you fall asleep, I don't know. So the treble frequencies go real quick, right? And so they go fast and they wriggle your fucking ear bones. So you hear treble way easier. So when you're balancing volume, you listen to that and then you like lower the treble and suddenly it's like, wow, I can't hear the voice that much. You can turn it up a little bit. Maybe your meter doesn't blink red and you hear more words, not just the top end of the you're like, okay. And mind you, the volume is like super, super quiet. Then you bring in the second thing. If it's guitar to you, fine. Or drums. Normally I say drums. Turn on the drums, right? Mute the voice. And the volume again, super quiet. And listen for kick and snare and cymbal. Just the three. Like, don't mind how many fucking pieces you have on your kit. You know what I mean? Just listen to doom, ga. Those two things and just a little sizzle. Now with the super quiet, you're going to hear, like, all I hear is the snare. Where's the kick in the... Like, why don't I hear a whole drum set when it's, like, really, really quiet? Well, because you're not able to tell how quiet things are when everything is fucking loud. When everything is loud, yeah, your ears are so rattling by everything that, like, if your sensitivity is already at 10 and it's vibrating, 11, 12, 13 volume is like just as loud as 10 at this point. Nothing sounds any louder. But then as soon as you lower the volume of shit, the shit that's above 10, 11, 12, 13 volume, points of volume, I'm making up numbers, but you get the idea. Those things you realize are the only shit you hear when the volume is turned down. And that's where you like, there's the fucking nails sticking out that you got to hammer down. So you turn down treble a little bit, or and the second step is you turn down volume a little bit. And then when you do all that across the board, and you start to add more shit, add the bass, do the same thing for all that, you will balance they call the transient, the most spiky top of the transients, those will end up being balanced way more accurately. Okay, especially if you're mixing in mono, not in stereo, right? It'll sound super accurate, right? And then when it does, you turn it up. Now the second step is how much bass is present, and you can't hear bass at a super quiet volume. Or when I say bass, I mean the frequency in the kick drum, in the bass guitar, all that shit. You have to turn up your system, and then you can hear the low end. You know what I'm saying? So you can hear the low end frequencies balanced with the treble frequencies. I mean, you'll realize like, oh, now I hear my kick balanced with my snare. Now I hear the guitars balanced with the kick, and so those things I would rather share with. I mean, we all share it with each other. Like, that's the one technique that we have to remind each other. Like, yeah, when you're mixing it down, lower the volume, balance your volumes of all the instruments, then turn it up and listen to how fat it sounds, makes your speaker and air move and stuff. You know, but you don't want to really fuck with the volumes at that point because you've set them. Now you're fixing the tone. You do that at a mid to loud volume. And then you keep grinding it, listen to the headphones, listen in the car, listen everywhere else till you finally get that perfect perfect mix, right? So all that shit being said, I think that's really the only thing I would have done technically different, but otherwise, like, the guitars sound cool, drums are cool. The riffs are really, really good. The solos are written. It's not just fucking chaotic noise. You know what I'm saying? It's not chaotic noise. It's not. He is being melodic with the solos. And I don't mean melodic as in a wimpy description of, it's doom, 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 doom. No. I mean, there's a melody. Yeah, it's complex and it's active and it's moving around and there's a lot of trills and stuff. I appreciate a good guitar player who will write a solo, who says, you know what, let me figure this out. Or maybe in recording, they figure out like, yeah, that's a pattern. They kind of write it while you're recording. And that kind of becomes the skeleton of your solos, and you try to have some kind of structure. That sounds totally different than someone who just Kerry Kings it and just, I mean, it's all cool. Personally speaking, I like when a guitar player, even if it's like a loose skeleton, follows these somewhat replicatable things. Because as a listener, if that's a climactic moment in a song, like when Immolation and Robert Vigna did the how foolish can they be to worship such a king who was crowned and hung between two thieves. That song on Here and After, is that the first track? The solo for that, it's just. And then so like you get the goosebumps. You're like, fuck, that was an epic ass fucking high note, and it was like it worked its way to it, and then punches the mountain at the top, and then the comes out, and the vocals come back. Then you expect that nail to gold. Thank you, Zach. Oh, that's one of my favorite songs, dude. I know that song. I just completely blacked out right now because I'm trying to tell a story. But that's a fantastic example of a really well written solo, right? If you can do that again live, now that I go to the show, yeah, it may not be note per note exactly perfect, right? But those moments that you're waiting for, you serve it to them again live. No, but dude, it's like, yes, you get those goosebumps again. And then when you go home that night, you're like, fuck yeah, that was a great show. All the things that like make my brain glow when I'm listening to them on the headphones, they fucking did it live. They made it worth the drive. They made it worth the. I love that shit. So, kudos to you, Joe, for presenting the guitars like you take it seriously. You're trying to write the damn thing. You're not just wanking all random. The riffs are very, like I said earlier, very old school, very speed metal, very old school thrash, done right. So it's got the right balance of technicality in like the chugging, like the Brazilians kind of started bringing in the late 80s, yeah, man. So great job, good riffs. The mix is cool. Again, everybody has their techniques. I would recommend try that. You can the next time you record something, lower volume, balance your volumes, turn it up, figure out how much like air you're moving now that it's loud, and I think it'll be nice little improvement. Generally, like in any mix, right? It's just a good technique. Okay. Woo. So now that I got that off my chest, let's get back to the fucking playlist. So, that was my breakdown of the new son of a bitch, Cultus Infernum. Jesus Christ! It's because there's a Cultus Mortis, and then there's a Cultus Infernum, and then there's a Mortis Cultus, all out at the same time. Yeah, Cultus Infernum. Okay, great job. Thank you again. I believe personally. Round of applause. Score your copy. It's going to be at the Metal Market 666. And, support extreme music. Of course, you know what I think, but let's ask Fraser. Fraser, what did you think of the new Cultus Infernum?
I got no opinion.
Fair enough. You can't please them all, Joe. Sorry, man. You can't please them all. Okay, let's move on to the next block of jammies here. Let's start off with a song that's good and proper. Something that is, dare I say, important music. Let me open up the playlist again. Let's get to our track right here. All right. So I'll try to sync up the video and the audio. But for now... it's funny you brought that up earlier, and I already had it on the playlist. I was like, well, it is a fantastic album. Let me go ahead and cue it up, and we'll kick back for a minute. Let's see. I got it. Here we go. Let's try to synchronize it. I can't help myself. I hold it like from the bottom. It's like a 2-foot, feature 2-foot microphone, you know. But like I hold it like like from my fucking ombligo. I hold it from down here, and it's fucking like only if it's like that way. It's gotta be like one of those long fucking ones.
My mind over my head, man. My soul is lost sinner. Forsaken.
Classic.
Some changes on the way, but it's time to go. Why? I know it's the night. It's make my demon real. Hypocrite, chained with the greedy kid of me. Now infection, cancer of the universe. Agonize while I hit their face against the wall. May not make I suffer. Betrayers of prayer. Through the mud, I want to decline. Black flags fighting against the one. Blackout, concrete image in the sky. See it or die. May not make I suffer. Betrayers on prayer. Through the mud, I want to decline. No, sorry, I'm bad. Cry out, you stop it, I don't know. You're living through places, destroying the castles of life. Suicidal is inside your mind. Your own nightmare, now they trap you. Your own demon, now with you is lower. Breath you kill, my God. Show me your mouth.
Oh. Classic jammer next. Yeah, the volume got louder because that song was mixed that way, and I wanted to bring it up to match the others. So that's why I like to play it, the music with the external device, so I can get in there and, doctor them up. At least for the show, Alternate mixes live. Not John Peel sessions, but the Yay D sessions. Aye. Hello? The Eagle has landed. You made it home. Awesome, dude. Time to take your shoes off and chill. Highway. That's how you do keyboards. Evil keyboards. They're not all pretty and romantic. Fuck that shit. What an outro. Oops. Oh, it was Chacal. Chacal from Brazil. I got a text asking. Oi. I had forgotten about this band. Or one-man band or whatever. He's texting. Super ripping black metal, turbo black metal, hyperspeed black metal. That riff is heavy. Crazy mix, right? Yep. Chacal. This band is Octonomos. Octonomos. Late 90s black metal. Riff, dude. Slicey, yeah, dude. The distortion. I like that description. Good way to describe it. I like that description. His name's Roland. The drummer's name is Elises. Autonomous Prime. Yeah, Fraser, exactly that. Oh, we already asked him. The jerk. We asked him, dude. As soon as you gotta play it back. Okay, I'm gonna fade out this one real quick because I wanna skip this one. Okay, so. What do y'all think of that, man? Pretty cool. Octonomos. Octonomos Prime. That's awesome. Yeah, man. Octonomos is one of those rare bands that I hadn't heard in a long time. I mean, they're not like... They came out when there was 10,000 million bands all coming out at the same time. So if you didn't hear about them, it's not surprising. But... yeah, I want to say maybe 90, 98, 97 was their first one, their first album. guess considered third wave. They did 3 albums, Fraser says. Did Hexella practice? No, Hexella didn't practice. Life got a little bit and work, because it's been raining a lot and it messed with work schedules and stuff. So we are gonna jam this weekend instead. So I just got on from the beginning. We've been throwing it down for a while. Anyways, that block was cool. We had Octonomos. Before that, we had the legendary Immortal, right? Perfect visions of the rising Northland. Dum, 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 dum. And then before that, we had some Chacal, some Brazilian death thrash. I grew up listening to them as well. The Cogumelo compilations got them and Volcano and Sarcófago and all these bands kind of came out around then. And I learned of them through some older metalheads who got me into them when I was a kid in high school. Before that, of course, we had the band that Immortal was copying. We played Bathory, and that was cool because by Coinky Dink, old Evans brought it up, asking everybody to choose between Under the Sign of the Black Mark and Bloodfire Death. It's like, I gave my spiel on that. So that worked out really well. So this next block, let's see, where do we want to jump to? There's a whole bunch of black metal. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump over all that stuff. Change my mind. I changed my mind. Some really good stuff. Stuff I could play again another time. And I want to jump over to some new shit, right? So this is this new band just came out with their album off of Head Split Records. Let me get to the cover art. Boink. Let's go ahead and bring it up to the screen. Let me use these little shortcuts here. Is it this one? Shit, I gotta go click here and then do this. How about that? There we go. Nedgravd, Norwegian death metal. I really like this. Before I play it, I just want to throw this out. It's kind of hard to get into new stuff when there's so much stuff that we're trying to catch up to. So much stuff comes out at once, and there's just too much There's too much out there. There's too much, and I don't mean that as a bad thing. It's just, unfortunately, it's hard for us to keep track of all the good that's out there because it's being kind of diluted by the quantity of releases that are coming out. So it's like a bunch of salmon all fucking fighting their way up the current. And this band, I'm glad I learned about them, and I'm super stoked that Dylan with Headsplit is the one throwing this out there. And this is one of those bands that it's catching some buzz, and rightly so. It's not about tone. It's about overall picture. So like, yeah, it does sound kind of raw in rehearsal also, but it's mixed well to bring out the best qualities of this type of recording instead of trying to like make this recording sound like something else. Yeah, that's one thing that fucks with a lot of people who produce albums. They'll record something with like, oh, I want it to sound like this other great album that it's like one of my favorite albums. Dude, you don't have the equipment the band used. You don't have the microphones the studio had. You don't have these rooms with certain kind of like reverb in them, like they do, like these recordings. The engineers, all the gear. There's just no way. There's no way, dude. So instead, what people need to fucking do is just be themselves and make their recording sound as best as it can. Stop trying to fucking Be what you're not. And I mean this again from the technical side. Oh, we want it to sound like another Dismember band or another Entomb band. It's like, dude, how about if you want to use those distortions, fucking do whatever you want, but then don't pigeonhole your tone in trying to make your band sound like another band. It's not going to happen. The drummer doesn't play the same way. It's not even the same equipment. And this album, I think, is a fine example of what people used to do. We were fucking kids making recordings DIY and just saying, fuck it, we like, this is all we got, so let's make it sound as good as it can be, as evil as it can be, as grim as it can be, yet trying to balance everything, you know? You can hear the kick, you can hear the snare, you can hear the guitars, you can hear the vocals, you know, that typical shit again, you know? And this is fucking this year. This came out like February or March this year, and it sounds like an old G recording. So kudos to them. Again, it's I don't care. I don't feel it's if it sounds old school and raw, that's better. Hey, it is what it is, dude. What's the point of sounding that way if your riffs suck, right? And who gives a shit if it doesn't sound all raw? If it sounds fucking like modern and all like loud and cutting and defined. If the riffs are fucking badass, you're gonna like it. You're gonna get your fucking head out of your bum and not complain about, well, it's not analog, or oh, that sounds like shit. Dude, when the riffs are fucking awesome, you win. That's all that matters. And the riffs and the vocals for this band are, it's funny, like you hear the music and I did not expect those vocals to kick in. Like I thought it would have been a different kind of vocal, and I was like, yes, pleasantly surprised. Demonic death metal vocals. Evil, demonic sounding, scary, dare I say, ambiance, but with a brutal fucking vocals. That shit rips, man. So let's I hope you guys dig this one. We're gonna start with that one, and then we're gonna go with some other mega badass hits. And we'll do a few. We'll do like another 10, 15 minutes and take another pause and go through the next block. Enjoy. Where's the fucking song? Here it is. Here we go.
I strike, and you shall ride at the front, sorcerer.
Tell me if you guys hear a little bit of Dark Throne in these riffs. And I mean like Soulside Journey, the first album. I hear it. Some of these riffs. Oh, wait. Keyboard? That sounds evil. That's evil keyboard. Nah, man. That's what's up. Imagínate, nerd grave. A grave for nerds. Ay. That is a fucking badass name, come to think of it. That's funny.
Do you believe in evil?
Oi?
As an idea.
As an idea.
Do you believe in the power of darkness? As a superstition. Now there you are wrong. The power of darkness is more than just a superstition. It is a living force, which can be tapped at any given moment of the night.
That's fucked up. Hell yeah, order that shit. Get your copy soon.
We're dead!
All right, this next one is dedicated to Old Man. All right, all right, all right. All right. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Yeah, so Ned Graved, Bloodstorm, DS13. Good little mini block right there. Fuck it, man. Let me go ahead and let's do this. Let's look for the Totally Rude Losers, because I actually I really fucking love this this album, and I listen to it often because I had fun making it, and it brings back really good memories. And actually, I've been talking to a band who plays this kind of music, and they're an old school band. They've been around the 90s, and they're gonna do another album, and we're talking about maybe teaming up to help them produce this last album. Some OG guys from the 90s, some fastcore dudes from the 90s. And the reason why I feel like I could contribute or help with that is because of my past with jamming with this band, learning a lot of cool bands from Jaime and from Eric Fly, them teaching me about a bunch of cool shit. So it gave me the right kind of perspective to approaching the drums, and it's made me a better drummer. It reinvigorated my love for extreme music, dude. Like this era, 2008 for me, it was around 2008, 2009ish. These guys like letting me join them because they had a previous drummer before I joined the band who'd written the majority of all the music. It just got me excited about extreme music again, and it opened a door for me into a whole other realm of music and performing it as well. You know, even a lot of other like technical shit that I would never have done before joining this band, like having one tom in front of me instead of two, or at one point I had three toms in front of me. I was like real Neil Peart acá and pendejo trying to do too many toms. This band said, fuck all that, dude. One in front, one on the side, you're good to go. Because the riffs were that awesome. So it was fun. There's a lot of cool things, and of course, you know, I miss Eric Fly. So let's hit this button here. Damn it. There we go. Let's jam out some fucking TRL, dude. What the hey? What the hey? Still speaking. There we go. Okay, those were the new songs. This is the first song of the previously written songs as I joined the band. This from here forward, the songs were already written when I joined. Enjoy. punk rock, there's no gods. It's about having fun. Aye. Don't believe the hype. Aye. It's not for me.
We don't quit, we're just getting started.
There we go, ladies and folks. Whoa. Oh, shit. Everything's jacked up here. Anyways. Yeah. Yep. That was Totally Rude Losers, TRL. I played drums in this band. I was I think, if not the third, for sure I was the second drummer. The previous drummer was named, they call him Jeebus. Es Jesus. I think that's also the artist's name. But take the wheel. That's the artist's profile. He did a bunch of artwork for a bunch of like local pop punk and hardcore bands and stuff here in the Rio Grande Valley from the early aughts to maybe till now. I haven't followed up with him lately. The last time I saw him, his daughter, a daughter, was taking lessons at Guitar Center while I was teaching there. I had like a weekend warrior part-time gig at Guitar Center, like a second job. And yeah, he would be there with his wife, and their kid was taking lessons, and it was cool seeing him. But yeah, he's a great artist, and he made that. Tiara was cool, man. I was a huge fan of the band of Totally Rude Losers, and it'd be great to have old man, one of these days, if he's ever down to it, like I'm, talk about the band, but with purpose, not just random. Like I have a goal. We have a goal, shall I say? We're trying to get this on. It's never been on physical. Supposedly, a label from Indonesia had hit me up, and they said they wanted to make cassette copies. They said, "Send me a layout, and we'll release it." So I was like, "Damn, Indonesia!" I said, "Well, you're gonna have to give us copies so that we can have here. Just do that." And I fucking recorded the album, produced that shit. We got the artwork sent to us, so I put a quick layout together. We took some cool, funny photos and made a cassette layout. Mastered it, sent it to him. All we asked for was just get copies. And I imagine they actually made them because some time had passed, and he sent me a picture in an email of like a stack of these cassettes with the logo screen printed in white on the cassette itself, and you could see like a cutting mat where I think they were putting them together. But I never got copies. They never reached out to me. Who knows what happened? I'd like to make up stories and shit and think like, oh, pues, the military got him. Who knows? There could be copies of this. I've looked. Supposedly there's, and like that would be the cover on the cassette. It's all white with that as the cover. Yeah, I don't know. Just never happened, I guess. So I'm trying to get this on physical format. It'd be neat to put it on I got Scan Buddy. I mean, again, it's fine. What am I getting scanned over? I mean, someone's gonna make this and spread it out. I win. We win. So there's no like actual scamming. I didn't lose money. It's all good. If anything, I didn't even realize we had fans all the way the fuck over there, but they heard the YouTube stuff and they wanted to get it out there, and they apparently made it, but I never got copies. So that's cool. I mean, shit, that would be neat if somehow it did actually got printed and I get a copy of it, dude. That'd be wild. How long ago was this? Oof, dude, it was like, I don't know, 20. Is that maybe 10, 8, 9 years ago or so? It was a long time ago. It was a while back. Physical copies in the wild is something to look forward to. Yeah, it'd be great. With the economy and the way things are, and this being a dead band, this band's never going to play again. It's impossible without Eric Fly. Eric was singing, playing bass. Eric Lopez. We could never play this again. I mean, I don't know. Maybe a private party with some friends, a tribute to Eric or something. I don't know. But even then, I don't even think. I don't know how that would work. I don't know. It'd be weird to play this songs without Eric's voice. Eric was iconic, man. Eric, I learned a lot from Eric, man. He was super charismatic. He was super charismatic, dude. He was a fucking character, and he was super cool. He would talk shit, dude. His stage banter was hilarious, dude. His stage banter was awesome. There's a little bit of there's a little bit of evidence. You can find clips of TRL, or you might YouTube TRL or Totally Rude Losers. It has to be a 3-piece fastcore band. If you don't see a 3-piece fastcore band, it's not the right video. But yeah, look it up and spread the madness. Who knows, man? Maybe a label will be interested in helping. See, because the thing about it is, if a label's going to invest money, it's kind of like what I talked about in episode 1 with. Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought it was the Jesus Take the Wheel. Okay, I was wrong. Eric would be equally mad and stoked about this, but yeah. Art was done by Justin White. Poo Poo Club on the socials. Yeah. Anyways, but yeah, you know, I just don't know if we could ever do that. Oh, but I'm sorry. Dude, I'm so ADD. What I was going to say is, it's hard, like I was talking about in episode 1, for labels to want to invest in a product. Let's call it that. Let's talk ugly. A product, a thing, publish some prints, some copies of a thing. That's money, dude. Fucking gas is $666 a gallon right now. You know, it's even harder now, more than ever. Shit's gotten up in price, man. So, for a label to invest money in a band that is never going to play live. They're never going to play live, dude. I mean, what is the logic in that? So, there has to be a cult following, a niche following for a band in order for a label to say, all right, fuck it, I'm going to throw several $100, if not $1,000 or whatever the fuck, towards this recording just so we can collect it forever, you know. So if it were ever to happen, I'm sure it would be a super limited, you know, 200 copies or 300 copies maximum. And that's ridiculous. 300 copies is ridiculous, but at some point, it's not cost efficient. It's really not worth printing 100 copies because they're really expensive, you know. And it's like, well, fuck it, do it, aka like not like non-profit style, like don't worry about profit. Yeah, but there's also shipping costs. So you kind of like, dude, shipping is expensive. Like if it's more expensive to ship your product than the cost of the product itself, that gets hard to convince somebody to want to take a chance and say, fuck it, man, I'll invest in that and I'll print it and I'll ship it and I'll publish it, all that, dude. Come on, man. Like that's why I'm super grateful to any underground label, obviously that has integrity and you know that is of their word, you know, the integrity of their word, but that go beyond, above and beyond, and help out bands and get the word out. You know, create networks and distribute and trade and shit. Next thing you know, you're getting an email from some vato who lives super far away who's like, yeah, man, I want to release your shit over here in my country. Like, wow. That's pretty cool, man. You know, and I know it would have, Eric would have appreciated that. So, yeah, Jaime, a.k.a. Oppressor. Oppressor is again, like I was mentioning, Oppressor is he's a guitar player, backup vocalist of TRL. One of the co-founding members of the band as well. He's been in a lot of sick-ass bands. Porqueria. Oh, shit. Of course, I'm drawing a blank. Yeah, Porqueria was one of the bands that he made a whole lot of noise with, traveled a lot with. And a lot of bands. It would be great if one of these days Jaime would come over to my house and we could shoot the shit a little bit and just do like a... I could easily do an episode of his bands and Eric Fly's bands. It would be hours of music. Those two guys have been in chingos of bands, you know. We were all in chingos of bands. Fraser, I'm on my 5th 8.5 IPA. Don't expect much from me. And here's a little secret about my friend. I'm a.k.a. Old Man McQuaid. Old Man Wolf. He's a chef. I mean, he's the chefiest motherfucker. One of the chefiest chefs that I know personally. I know a couple who like are cooks, you know, who are like into it and are good at it, you know, and make really good food and don't just fucking burn their wrists every day for some corporate shit, you know. Yeah, so like he's even made food for us a few times. It was fucking awesome. So, anyways, we'll see, man. We'll see what's up. Looks like we're getting close to the midnight hour. So I want to jump back to the playlist real quick. And let's see if we can do one more block of jams, and then wind down. Yeah, man, I got some good ones here. Yeah, I'm gonna start with this one. I'm gonna start with Retortion Terror, which was a band from Japan that I was in. I joined them for the last, if not the second to last, no, it may be the last recording that the band did. I got to tour with them. That was pretty rad. It was myself on drums, Takafumi Matsubara-san on guitar, and Ishiro, who's the original mortalized vocalist. So basically, it was kind of like Mortalized, but with me on drums, and we were calling it Retortion Terror, which it was a different drummer before I was there, and he's had like a bunch of different singers. So it was kind of an organic project more than a specific band revolving around Matsubara-san's riffs and stuff. It was him coming back from a stroke. He had a stroke. His hand got fucked up. His leg is. And in his recovery, he started fucking playing again. And now, I mean, he's doing that Bearing, what's it called, Bearing Teeth, and he did Grid Link and all those bands and shit like that. So the guy rules. He's a riff master. So this was the release that he had done before I joined the band. It was super brutal and super chaotic. So we're gonna start with that. Some Excruciating Terror, a little bit of Extra Hot Sauce, and I didn't know you were in Greedy Mouth. Oh yeah, we mentioned that last time. Yeah, I was in Greedy Mouth for a little bit. I did a few gigs with them. It was after it was a time when even TRL wasn't playing much at the time before everything fell apart, you know. So Eric passed away in September of 2019. So the gigs I did with like we did a bunch of stuff with TRL, and then things got a little bit slow, and then I started playing and doing little gigs in between, and then we did a little shit again, and then he passed away. So that was in that in between moment. Got to jam a few gigs with Greedy Mouth. Also grind, fastcore, hardcore. A little bit of that. Same side of life. Anyways, let me cue the song. Let me cue barbecue. I'll tell you what. Let's rearrange some shit too. I'm gonna put a super rare ass band. Incursion's gonna be on there. Kriegshot also, because puro pinche fastcore. Let me get that queued up on both machines here. So Incursion's gonna go. Hold on. Fuck. Hijo la chingada. Hijo la chingada. Is that a join me? Hold on. Got fat finger syndromes here. Okay, cool. It updated. Yeah. Oh, that was easy. All right. Okay, Torment Fraser. Telosico se. Telosquico. Let's cue. Okay. Here we go. We won't play the whole thing, but we'll play a chunk of it. Here we go.
Yeah.
do this. killer death grind. Come on. Oh.
And make whoppers.
Okay. I literally planned on playing that entire EP because it's like, dude, Kriegsschott is one of the fucking best. One of my favoriteest bands, dude, of all bands. Okay, cool. So, yeah, we've hit the midnight hour. Normally, the show ends exactly on midnight, but I extended a little extra today. I went heavy on the on the playlist today. Yeah, it's funny. And by the way, I'm curious, how many of you guys have been here for the outro? I have an outro. I'm curious if you guys have heard it. Stick around, and you'll get to hear it. So I got 2 bands left. Nah, fuck y'all. I got 3 bands left. One of them is a cover, and then another one is a band from Colombia. I don't really play a lot of Colombian bands often enough. There's so much out in the world, right? So, yeah, Colombia is a place that has produced some very extreme bands with extreme attitudes. Puros guerreros que son true, because they live in war-torn times and in areas. Distress yields extreme music, and I have to say, especially the band I'm going to play is, talk about black metal, man. Everybody throws it up north to the snowy lands of the fucking Nordic. You got to go a little more towards the equator if you want to hear like real fucked up music, like fucked up music, not just makeup on the face, but really fucked up people, you know. Quit ripping me off. That's what I said, JD. Well, you know what? It's true, dog. Then great minds, think alike in that respect. So, yeah, we'll play some Colombian bands. So we'll do first a little grind cover. We'll do a Colombian band. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and readjust this thing here. Let me see. Let me go do this. Let me refresh my list now that I revised it. Let's see if it updated exactly like I just did it. Oh, shit. It didn't. Hold on. There we go. No, that's not it. Grab the wrong one. Hold on. Y'all, hang in there. Okay. All right, cool. So we'll do those 2, and then the last band will be this here. Talk a little bit about this new release, and then some closing words for tonight's episode. Thank you all so far for sticking around. If you've been here, if you stayed this long already, hell yeah, banana stickers. I will be passing them out after the show in the parking lot for all you fucking true blue motherfucking warriors who stuck around. So that being said, let's play our last little block of songs, man. Let's get to it. Just load it up. All right. That was cool. So, Parabellum, 1983, Colombia, True Evil. That's fucking evil music. I mean, you listen to that first. I think there might be a couple of releases. That first one, and you can hear the way they wrote songs. They didn't write songs traditionally either. I mean, it's not like riff A, riff B, back to riff A, riff B, and then riff C. They'll do like noise clusters, like riff clusters, and they'll just do like things like that. Take the riffs aren't connected, and they're cycled. It's really fucked up. You mean some of these, Marquez? What's up? Yeah, we've done a couple runs, and maybe we'll do another one. We'll see how the crowd feels. If people are interested, we'll do another round of shirts. And the downside to shirts is that it's getting so expensive to ship stuff. There's nothing cheaper than $6-7 to ship a shirt in literally like a thick plastic bag. It's about as cheap as it gets, and that depends on where you're shipping it to. So yeah, I mean, it's like, oh, what do I do? It costs me X amount to make them, and a fair price is like I end up losing. So it sucks. I end up having to charge more than what I would want to, like just to get for shipping and stuff. And that shit sucks, man. Because DIY, man, you're not. We're not fucking pop people, We're the underground. We don't have a lot of money. We don't make any money. It's all fucked up. So I feel horrible selling a fucking shirt for $25, or something stupid like $30 because of shipping. Like $10, $12 to ship one fucking shirt, $8 to ship one shirt. Come on, man. If I sell a shirt for $10, $15 plus $8, you're at almost $30. Like, come on, man. $25, $28. It's no fun, but you know what? Like, that's why we'll just do limited runs, and we'll see how it works. So let's go ahead and end tonight with one last. I have to mentally prepare myself to say these through. It's a tongue twister. Shameless self-promotion. So, as most of you know, Sex Mord Records, a.k.a. Ray Rivera, has had this band for quite some time. Black Awful Messiah. And the end of last year into this year, we put together this new installment in the discography. And he's got a bunch. He's a one-man band, noise project, evil noise project, blasphemic noise project. But through Joaba, right, we got connected and started talking music and stuff. And I'm doing an unboxing. Nothing more peaceful than no more peaceful match than an unboxing match. Sorry, puns. And so we we're like, cool, you like that stuff, I like this stuff, and we like a lot of those same bands. And so I asked him, like, hey, if you ever want some fucking assistance, I would love to participate in one of your next recordings. He's like, go ahead, dude, send me some drum stuff. So I recorded a series of drum things, sent them to him, and then he clipped like big sections and then took little parts, and he produced this new album, Black Awful Messiah. This album is titled Poisoned Blood of the Nazarene. That's this right here. It comes with this bright red and gold sticker, which you can't see because I'm all monochrome, black and white. But that reflective part is gold, metallic gold, and the gray scale stuff in the middle. That's a deep red So this shit's pretty cool. Vice did a cool video on Parabellum. Yeah, they did actually. Yeah, check it out. Yeah, I think it's in Spanish with the English subtitles or whatever, so everyone can enjoy that one. That's a really good documentary, by the way. There's another one called Ultra Metal. I want to check that one out also. So it's not about them. It's about a different band. Same Colombian war-torn people. He also, I guess he autographed a couple of these. Ray did. So you can't see it, but there's a bright blue. Oh, maybe the glare you can kind of catch it. There's a bright blue signature. There you might be able to see it right there in the glare. With these kick-ass like screen printed postcards. Gold, gold stickers. Here's the record. And as you can see clearly, it's a cyan blue colored record. You can see it clearly. Use your imagination. Bang. And it's one song per side. Each track is a couple seconds shy of 5 minutes, so it's a 10-minute banger. So what I want to do is instead of ending with my mandatory abruptum, I am going to end with this one for the time being because I'm promoting it, but it's still in the same vein as I normally end my episodes. Let me see here. All tabs. Nope. How do I do this? Oh, there we go. Boink. I have to search for it here real quick. Excuse me 1 second. Let me load up the track. I'm going to put it on the Bandcamp. It's on Bandcamp. If you want to stream that album and all the previous ones as well. Here it is. All right. Have it queued up. Barbecue. Are you a Barbie girl or a Bratz girl? Ooh, barbecue. I love that. I love that video. If you know, you know. So, let me give you the visuals now. Oh, shit. Bandcamp. Hold on. Boink. And there we have it, folks. So let me go ahead and pull up the... Yeah, I'm getting used to this this software, man. This is getting pretty fun. Pretty easy to deal with. Boom. So, okay. Enjoy the noise. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Here we go. Oh, hold on a second. It's doing that shit where it wants me to buy it in order to listen to it. Oh. Well, I got another idea. This is how I can do this. Plan B. Plan B. Let me just do it from... Let me do it from my computer instead. And we'll be able to jam out that way. We'll share the audio. Let me just fix this here. We made it to the end of the show, everybody. Episode 3 in the books. Hold on, I wasn't prepared when I said that. Episode 3 in the books. Woohoo! Yeah, man. I totally dig doing this stuff. Like I said, I try to do it every Friday, more or less. But life is life's kind of wacky when you're in 3 bands and trying to work full time, and you have obligations to your family as well. You try to spread your time around. It's going to be like last week that I had to catch up with some personal matters. So I was like, why am I going to fucking stress out? Like, I can do the fucking radio whenever. It's just radio, folks. There's 100,000 channels out there for everybody too. There's a lot of channels out there. But I appreciate you hanging out here, especially for as long as you have. We're about half of the crew is left over, of course, at the end of the show. Not bad. Most of y'all stuck around. Thank you very much for that. We had fun. We had Seasons in the Sun. I think tonight's show. What'd you guys think of the format tonight, huh? Pretty smooth, right? Going in blocks like that. Bruce said, just got my new phone. Sorry, better late than never. I appreciate that, Bruce. Yeah. Hey, and everybody, let's throw a round of a fucking applause for AB Andrew Brown Triple Sace. Woohoo! Yeah, with the $5 tip. I appreciate you, man. That's shit. I mean, with all the the fuckery from shipping charges and shit that we've eaten on, that helps to cushion the blow. So whenever we do sell shit, I mean, at least we know, like, hey, well, we ended up paying $5 of shipping. At least it balances out in the end. So call you this weekend. Hell yeah, bro. I'm looking forward to getting a phone call from this gentleman right here. Yellow? Killer Jams had it on TV when you started. Fuck yeah, bro. Thank you, man. And by the way, Merciless Onslaught radio, he has a streaming show that he will stream live and then post links to download the playlist. Johnny's got a great taste to put together a playlist. He reviews certain bands. He highlights certain bands. He what's the word I'm trying to? I always forget the word when I want to say it. He his repertoire that he puts together. He puts together, begins with the letter C. What's the fucking word? Not cultivate. He curates. Thank you, brain. Other side of the brain. He curates bands and he makes really good shows. And then he'll do like an annual mega playlist and stuff like that. So look for it. Facebook, Instagram. He sets out the links. Killer entertainment right there as well. Thank you for hanging out here, Tolkien. I appreciate you, man. Mad respect to you and appreciation for you hanging out, Bruce. All right, guys. Of course, you know our goal is to entertain. There's a lot of events going on. Real quick recap. Bada bing, bada boom. Your boy's going to Europe, playing one of the coolest fests in the world, the Obscene Extreme Festival. Little side note, I did it in 2013 with a death metal band I was in called Severance. And the whole time I was there, I was like, man, it's so weird that a death metal band is playing this festival. But obviously they've opened their doors to death metal bands for some time. But, you know, Obscene Extreme is generally known as more of a crust, grindcore, fastcore, gore grind, freak fest, super fun party. So I feel like I can finally bucket list check mark that I'm doing OEF proper with some fucking grinding death metal, some death grind, a la Terrorizer, a la Impetigo, a la Old Napalm, you know, shit like that. I like Excruciating Terror, shit like that, you know. So I'm super stoked to be given the opportunity with ETD to run out there and make some fucking noise. So hopefully my body doesn't fall apart, and I make it there in one piece and make it back in one piece as well. Also going on very soon, we reviewed. Man, today was a full show. You know, that's what it was that brought us over, is because I did that review that I threw in the middle. That's why. That's what it was. But anyways, Cultus Infernum. I believe they're playing the show as well. You're going to have Evocation, if I'm not mistaken, or Wound Stench. There's going to be quite a few Frank bands. And ETD is going to jump on this. We're going to open up the show. So we're going to play... I don't know. We're not playing any Slayer covers, but we'll have our Slayer banter and little Slayer treats for our friends and whatnot that are in the audience. Fraser, what'd you think of tonight's show, man? I mean, the crowd seemed to dig it. All right, hold on. Let me see. What does the crowd think? ETD. That's right. JD and the boys. Going down with the get down. Across the pond. You guys play and fly back, or you're going to hang out there for a couple of days. When you fly over there, you lose a day. And because of plane tickets, like... I'm just going to make up an example. Let's say you want to leave Sunday, but if you leave Sunday, the tickets are like $500 more expensive. If you just leave on Monday, it's like $500 cheaper. The 1 day difference it dictates your plans sometimes. Like Ohio, like we're getting there the day before. Instead of leaving the day after the show, we have to wait one more day because the tickets were like double in price if we just left one more day later. Go figure. That shit makes no sense to me. So, we're playing a Saturday, but we're actually coming back on a Sunday, I think. But we have to get there way earlier, like 2 days before. We missed 2 days. We leave on a Wednesday, arrive on a Thursday. So then technically I have Thursday and Friday to just enjoy the show or, I don't know, walk around and then and play Saturday early. So that's what's up, man. You know, it's always cool. Everybody thinks like, oh, you're gonna get to see all the sites. You know, not really. You know, I'm just gonna go there and then play and then come home as best I can. So, and who knows if I'll ever go back to Europe, man? Who knows? That could be the last time I ever go over there. I never know, dude. So I have to appreciate every opportunity I get. Fraser, what did you think of tonight's show, man? Did you have fun? I know you said you liked Ned Grav, and I think you liked my old band TRL. What did you think of the whole show, in general?
I got no opinion.
Oh, really? Well, fine, Fraser. You're a hard guy to please. But anyways, that being said, good night, everybody. Thank you. And next Friday is the 5th. It's the day before. The day before we practice and play that gig at the Heavy Metal Market, so I'm not gonna have a show. But the following Friday we'll be back. I don't know if Francisco's gonna stream, and he'll do something since I'll probably be driving Friday night into Saturday. Saturday being the day of the event, so hopefully he'll get on there and play me some road jams. So. Next Friday, Francisco may or may not, but for sure, Friday Night Noise episode 4 will kick in 2 weeks. So thank you all again, and see you.
Thank you for watching. This episode was brought to us by the letters J, the letter O, the letter A, the letter B, and fuck it, again, another letter A. Fucking Joabba, bitch, you better recognize. Funding for this program was brought in part by the Poser Crushing Broadcast Network, via public streaming stations, and their contributors. Support for Joabba has also been provided by Badass Jams, Satan, and viewers like you.